Hello, hello. Be at ease. It is I, Cheese Louise. And today, I haven't streamed in a minute, huh? Today we're playing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, because that's the only thing I'm playing as of late. Leave me alone. I do what I want. I do feel a little bad that I made this whole Christmas theme, and all I used it for was Ace Attorney. I mean, I guess I used it for the gacha streams. Wait, did I do more than one? There was a Lysithia banner. I definitely pulled for Christmas characters in Pokemon Masters, but I didn't stream it. And I pulled for the Christmas unit in Magi Record, but I didn't stream it, because I wasn't going to pull that hard. I did get it, by the way, in case you care. And nothing of Geo. You know, it's nice to just sit here with the soothing music for a bit. I'm awake. Yeah. Anyway. Let's go. Alright. So, blah blah blah. Alright, do I keep the Wiggly Boys synced or not? We'll keep them synced for now. But if I see any bad behavior out of them, bam! Right back to desynced. Do you want that, Wiggly Boys? Do you want that? I'm not joking around, okay? You guys better behave. I swear if you embarrass me in front of chat. Anyway. Episode 3, The Return of the Great Departed Soul. Alright. A, spoilers. That Susato's coming back. I mean, you could probably guess that. B, what does that have to... like, is that really relevant to the case, though? I mean, the Cloud of Kokoro was barely... Adventures of Blossoming Attorney. These case names suck. I liked the original trilogy when it was the X Turnabout. Big Top Turnabout. No, don't use that as an example. Everyone hates that case. But you know what I mean. Bum. Bum, bum, bum. Start playing from the start of this episode? Yes. Yes, I do believe I shall.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case.
earnestly.
And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park. Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Wow. Sorry, my torso suddenly teleports now. It doesn't just jolt into place, it teleports.
Which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Yo, that's my favorite kind of experiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
He's right, you know.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
Alright, I don't know if their technology was far enough along back then for them to really have forecasted that, but whatever.
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine!
Instantaneous kinesis?
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
No, you don't want to mess with that, dude.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Okay, trilling your R's does not make this safe. Oh, he gonna die. He gonna die. Stop your...
But a few moments
Stop
from
it.
now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
Wait, so you don't need like a receptor? You just shoot it wherever? Oh no. Stop your noises, child, sir. Your Honor, it says here in the court record that as things were going wrong, the scientist said, "No, this is not what I wanted. Therefore, he did not intentionally kill his experiment, his volunteer." Oh my gosh. Bruno, are you listening? Oh, sorry, what was it, Iris? Humph, what's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? I don't know, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? I've been like reflecting on a case that happened months ago for like the last 8 hours, so refresh me, Iris. Today's paper, it's full of news about the great exhibition again. Ah, yes, the great exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. Can someone, like, be a positive role model for the child? When did you arrive, Mr. Naruto? Hold on. I'm gonna save, even though I'm pretty sure when I go to title screen it asks me to save anyway. Don't save, because I just did. Yeah, it's fine. Oh my god. Don't save. Yes, it's okay. Yes, I'm sure I don't want to buy a Star Toadette. Okay, sorry. Bum 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 bum. Alright, so I like Ryunosuke's updated outfit, so I'm gonna keep it. And I like Susato's updated outfit. Sholmes, though. Look. The British look is better than the Japanese look. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. That said, Sholmes' Japanese outfit is definitely like worse than Ryunosuke's and Susato's normal outfits. I don't know. When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here, you know, because... breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning, with all its unruly spikes. Clearly it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. Yeah, we did the song and dance, the beginning of Case 2, Sholmes. My hair always looks like that. It always has, ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Oof. Thanks again. My face when nobody respects my haircut. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court? So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley? Oi, look at me. Did you say something, Iris? Ah, back to moping. Moping, but it's not even... I was about to say Thursday, but it is Thursday. It's not even Sunday mope day. I don't know. Monday mope day. Wow. It was right there. I didn't take it. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know, and the great exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together? I want to, of course I do. But I can't, not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from? Is that it? Hold on, I'm distracted by something. Give me a moment. No, I'm so close. It's fine. Okay, alright. Sorry, I'm gonna be a terrible streamer and I'm gonna set up my grinding session in fake grand order. Because I have to switch nodes. Which means it's more set up than normal. Look, I can go to BRB screen if you want, but then you'd only be able to look at one of the Wiggly Boys, okay? Here you can look at all three of them. this presents a problem. Dun, dun, dun. Gosh dang it. Why does no one have the max limit broken 5-star event gotcha on my friends list? What the heck? What do I even have friends for? Worthless. I'm pressing buttons. I'm pressing so many buttons. Don't even at me about my buttons, okay? Alright? They're my buttons, you don't need to know about them. Alright, new grind is set up. I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. I can't move! Look at this! Look at this armband! Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Shh! Not another word! Ah, yes, I see. This would be a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck, and for winter use. Actually, it's the armband I always wear that symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer. Precisely, which leads us to but one conclusion. Your arm is, in fact, the particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I'd never shown him this now. The man's barking mad. Well, that's what I get for not talking to him directly. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake. Oh, did he present forged evidence on accident? You hate to see it. Happens to the best of them. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I wasn't wearing these clothes. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. And then he banned me from lawyering. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sholmes's old cases. Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider, specifically Lord Strongheart, at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. I can't remember what Ryunosuke actually did wrong during that trial. Did he conceal evidence? Did he accidentally forge evidence? Lord Strongheart? Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who could grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. Ooh, listen to those knuckle cracks. Also, I'm sorry, my OBS light keeps turning red, which means my internet is bumpkus today. So, I'm sorry. It's gonna be bumpkus. Also, right when I booted up OBS, it like instantly did the thing where it delays my audio. But it didn't just do it to my mic. It actually did it to the game's audio as well. So I had to reset that too. So just something to be wary of. That might happen. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could be. And I can't do that sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, that's a new expression, I think. Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. But look down on? Do you mean those things fly? Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. Or are we talking hot air balloons, or are we talking blimps? It's just hot air balloons, right? But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all. It's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. Call it witchcraft and some such. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. Hey, that's something I always used to think about as a kid. Just like how much of today's common knowledge was just like unknown in the past. And how much will be common knowledge in the future that we don't know right now. It's cool stuff. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Like, for example, in this, like, it's common knowledge that heat rises, and that's the principal effect that makes hot air balloons float. There may be some other principles involved, but heat rises, like, you know that. You knew that before I said it, chat. Because it's common knowledge now, but they didn't really think about it or know back then. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Oh my gosh. It's a little vindictive. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page on this paper carries some article or other about the great exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Oh, ye... Shadows cast behind? Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Oh. I mean, I was going to examine it anyway. Every article on the front page is about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go see it properly before too long. The Reaper attacked. Lost cat? No! So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy one, that is. Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeeks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Okay, well, we already have things to talk to Sholmes about, but that's okay. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. Also, I'm gonna volume check myself, or sound check. Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, I was worried for a second that I was muted. I was like, I'm not hearing my voice. What's happening? Gah. Gah. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. You're acting very strangely, Harley. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Ah. Is it really a case that's bothering you? Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without an invitation. Remember what I always say, put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You do not say that. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zieks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Beric Van Zieks. They said that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, a person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among the fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zieks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Uh-oh. It's hard to fight back against that. Oh my goodness! Is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zieks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth will I know? Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. Oh, I see, Ryunosuke. You're trying to get like a Phoenix Edgeworth type thing going. Really get the fangirls, you know, tippy-tapping away at those fan fictions, I understand. I don't think it'll work quite as well, though. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Hey, he's dressed. Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Holmes. Sholmes. Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you'd be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind. And I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. Oh, where are you gonna find him on accident? Definitely. Listen to him, he's still laughing on his way out of the door. Uh-oh. I forgot that I unplugged my tablet. It beep booped at me for having low battery. Also, what? Iris? Iris, look at your hat. What is that? Alright then, Runo, let's get going. Oh, Iris, what are you wearing? Don't call it fashion. I got changed to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me. What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Oh, well that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then. I love Iris. Alright then, just lower that weapon, would you? Of course, and after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition. Hold on, I'm gonna BRB real quick. And I will go to BRB screen, so. where was I? Oh yeah, we're taking Iris to places. Let's go. She even has the hat down there. Oh, it's cute. It's a different color though. October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Iris, please. It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. When Suzato-san was giving the news that she was to return to Japan. I understand you wish to speak with me. See if I can remember his voice. Oh, Lord Strongheart! I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you've arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Mail Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of the next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. Oh. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. You know, for all the up and about that I did, I forgot to fill up my water bottle. Hold on. Statue mode. Wow. A little close to the mic, wasn't it? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Rare now, just take a deep breath and come out with it. Look at this good thing. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? Reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. What do they got? Guns? Ain't nothing. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does, strangely. Right. Just switch it back to the main reason I'm here. I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, stop pointing your watch at me. It made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you're a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour. Not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Sogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean... As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Wait, what? Okay, that made sense. Sorry, my mind is in a couple places right now. Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Runa. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course. Please, tell me more. You described it as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see, how was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with the click of the fingers? That's right. It's just what my hoverblends need. A dash of devil may care. I don't know how you put that. In a T-blend. Whatever the serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Asman. An investor and a well-known figure of society. A large explosion? A man died? They do that, Iris. This is Ace Attorney. People die. The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Hairbrain. Okay. Wait, one sec. And nuts. For a second I thought that's a data mined. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet him at the prison. There's very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. You're always doing this to me, Strongheart. Or should I mean Jerkheart? Got him. Great exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder? I feel out of my depth before I've even started. Still. We should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with this German professor, don't you think? Definitely. Ah yes, one more thing about the case. What? Morgana Spook. Wait, Morgana Cuspook. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? What were you streaming? Wow, let me give you a shout out here. Spooky raid. Spooky raid. PR Darius, thank you for becoming a Fezzling. Thank you for the follow. You were just chatting. Oh, what were you just chatting about? How was it? How'd it go? You did a lot of stuff. Like what? Like what? What'd you do? What'd you do? Just chatting streams could be anything, honestly. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, with Lord Van Zeeks? How? We did the new Five Nights at Freddy's Minecraft and watched some Hell's Kitchen. Nice. Oh, did the new FNAF came out, huh? How was it? Is it all it was cracked up to be? All sorts of conferences have taken place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. Meh. I mean, if you want my honest opinion, I mean, I haven't... Love-hate relationship. I haven't played any Five Nights at Freddy's games, but I'm pretty sure if I were to play them, my opinion would probably be meh. Make good game theory videos, though. Hey, who gonna lurk? Try to get some foods? Alright, yeah, you get your foods. Thank you for the lurk. That's about right. Yeah. It'd be like that. Poor game is bugged. No, but what about the ray tracing, though? That's supposed to make it a good game. They advertised it and everything. I know ray tracing doesn't have anything to do with bugs. It's just silly. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly. Ah. London, the global epicenter of culture, science and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Oh my goodness. What a high population number. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. I mean, that is a pretty big number, actually, compared to where I live. In Freedom Land. So it's imperative that we... Oh no, it's going red. Okay. Are we living? Sorry, my stream is very not too connected today, if I may say so. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Oh, that was Ryunosuke. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly. The future of policing. Ugh! He said the P word. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly, it's extremely alarming. Ugh! Iris, stop. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Okay, why are those orange? Oh no. 12 is a reasonable number to handle. I don't know about 223 though. That's a lot. That's a lot to handle. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now. What? Oh, how fascinating. It all began 15 years ago. I was blah 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 blah. Oh, that's a good spot for hydration check if ever I saw one. And then we pass out. Wow. I like to think of just like our eyes rolling into the back of our heads and just sitting there slack-jawed and drooling, but he's still just going on. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter, in the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. My inflection was bad. Oh, right, yes, that's wonderful. Exactly, wonderful is precisely what it will be. What, Iris? Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Gosh, I wish that was me. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Anyway, tell me about my bromance partner. Is he okay? Fortunately, Lord Van Zeeks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. Hello, you were part of the spook raid. Well, welcome, Magawar. I hope you enjoy your stay. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zeeks. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchmen certainly seem to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman. Mr. Odie Asman. Did you say Asman? That's the man who died with the big explosion at the Great Exhibition. Obviously, there's a pun to be made with the last name, but I have the family-friendly tag on, so I can't say it. Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zeeks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off of court then meet with mysterious ends outside of the courtroom. And fearful of the fate they seek to strike at Lord Van Zeeks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still. Something's clearly going on here. I, Van Zeeks, work for the prosecution service for two reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. Well, that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if it's not by someone's hand? His luck stat is really, really high. Or really low. It kind of flickers. It alternates. But either way, people died that he wanted to be incarcerated. So there. Van Zeeks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. I have a feeling like that guy's like Van Zeek's dad or uncle or something. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. Wow. 11 hours late? That's quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord Van Zeeks now? I would assume he's at his office. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Ah. Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. What was his plan if we weren't coming to meet with him today? Like we came in and scheduled the appointment today, and then we just sat and waited for him to show up. This man's cray cray. This is our first time back in here in this game. In game 2. The Lord Chief Justice's desk. When you look at it, there's no mistaking Lord Strongheart's authority, is there? But the light from that window behind is far too bright. It would be very bad for the eyes. I hadn't thought of that. There are no curtains, that's for sure. What's more important, having a desk with an air of authority, or having eyes... What's more important, having a desk with an air of authority, or having eyes that work? I can't say I'd ever considered it. After all, my little office barely has any light to speak of. I haven't really seen my desk in a while. Oh, I just had a great idea. Don't do it. What is it? We could hide inside these suits of armor and spy on the Fob-Watch Master to find out what he's really like. I don't have much interest in what Lord Strongheart is really like, though. Oh, please! It would be fun! You could be inside the left one, I'll go inside the right. You really want to go in a suit of armor, don't you? Humph. Now you're making fun of me because I'm a child, aren't you? I wasn't making fun of you at all. I'd like to have a go, too. You couldn't read all these books even if you were reincarnated 3 times over, as a bookworm. Oh, I know. So much reading material. I'm very envious. I've really been running out of things to read recently. That's because you read so fast. Perhaps little by little, I could swap some of the books here with some of mine from home. I don't see why not. No one would notice, or at least I wouldn't. Even if I was reincarnated 3 times over as the librarian. Alright, maybe you're just dumb, though. The clocks of the giant clock are keeping time as usual with their steady, rhythmical motion. It's really quite disturbing how little sound they make, considering their massive size. Someone very brilliant must have designed it, and whoever maintains it must be very talented, too. But I'm not entirely convinced it's even a clock. What? What about the huge clock face that forms the window over there? Some people just make machines that move for the fun of it, because they enjoy watching them. Rather like how Hurley makes his rambling deductions just for the fun of it. Even if the outcome isn't quite right. Never mind all the trouble it gets others into along the way. I find it weird that you can move the camera when there's like nothing actually off screen. Maybe there'll be something off screen later if we end up back here. Alright. We'll just go in order. We'll go to prison first. Oh no, I have to give this guy a German accent. I'm not good at German accents. Arguably, I'm not good at any accents, but, you know. The warden said cell 11. That's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look. What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain. Who are you? No, what is that? Ich bin ein kleinen Wiener Schnitzel. Who are you? That's Russian. Gosh dang it. Ah. I'm reading as a lawyer. Ah, was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? I'm still doing Russian, gosh dang it. Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't. Yesterday's demonstration. Alright, I'm done with the accent. I can't do a German accent for some reason, unless I'm speaking German. Even then, arguably, it's still a Freedom Land accent. But in German. I could read all of his words completely phonetically because that's how German works. That demonstration was... That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Velocity. V's make an F sound in German. I don't know why. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. How do I not know how to do a German accent? I listen to someone who has a German accent like 8 hours a week at least. How do I listen to so much Kiara and I don't know how to do a German accent? I guess hers is too subtle. Look at this armband. Ah, fascinating, yes. In Japan, where I come from, it's the symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find. Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical. What do you mean? Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there is a perfectly logical reason for that feeling. I like how his badge is the German flag, except it's white instead of yellow. Oh, really? What is it? I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one is too small for me. The sleeves, especially, are extremely bracing. You can barely move the wrists. Alright, this is gonna be like a half Russian, half German accent. That's what you call logical, is it? Of course, it's entirely logical. That's science, Mr. Naruhodo. I get... okay. Zats would be like Russian, but dots is German. I don't know. Anyway. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Ah, nein! Yes, you could interpret results in that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. Ach du Lieber, the experiment was a failure. But at the time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes. Right there in front of me, Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything... Am I doing Dr. Doofenshmirtz now? That's a German accent. I don't know if I can do a full Dr. Doofenshmirtz, though. Everything was going exactly to my calculations had predicted. At that point, I guess I'm gonna try to Doofenshmirtz it up. At that point, he would have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Asman, in fact, perished? Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is a large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct? But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. Yeah, watch it not be, though. And for that I will be punished. At once. But... Murder? Never in a million years! It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see. Helly and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or a murder. Why'd I looked at his face for a second. I think that's what did it. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Ah, yes. It's newly established here in Britain, a Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pore over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. Okay, this voice is gonna ruin me. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. Yeah, but we're probably gonna prove that someone else sabotaged it, and therefore it's still a murder weapon, but it was someone else did the murdering. Sorry, Doc. That is the inevitable flow of things from where I'm standing. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes, or rather no, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. God, my tongue already hurts. Stop making me say that. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. Okay, yes, you can do that, but I don't know about reassembling them, though. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. I am sorry, I'm trying. So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days? I didn't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right. But what are the implications? What does this mean? Oops, this got Professor Bunnybrain real worried by the look of it. Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. Works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Hell, he's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known inventor, Mr. Asman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see, so you hadn't really known each other until then. Oh my gosh, I need a hydration check right now. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund the practical demonstration of my hypothesis for the presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Lasman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. How could this have happened? You must feel awful. As well as the man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged, too. I know that happened. It must have been that. That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. They let you have money in prison? It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what it is. But a man died, though. For scientists, he has some very illogical anecdotes, long and illogical. Did I show you my armband? Fascinating, yes. In Japan, where I come, is this. Oh, yep. Already did this. Okay, bye. Just gonna leave. We'll be back probably, but 22nd October, Prosecutor's Office. Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office? Yes, it appears so. It sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere. Oh, is that? Yo, it's Barnum. Wait, that's not right. The hooded figure was so still. I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Ah! He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. So who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. He likes the cushion. I didn't know you had an apprentice. Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. Why do you assume that? He is very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. You being sarcastic with me? Hey, look at my armband. I know you've seen this around my arm before, but... What is it exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer. In Japan, at least. And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Oh, well, I don't know, really. I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. Oh. But that's a personal matter. Something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt. No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this newspaper. Ah, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me. I was joking earlier about sleeping during stream, but wow. I may or may not just pass out on stream. We'll see. I had to wake up pretty early today. I only got like 4 hours of sleep. It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. Every last one of them! But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? Alright. Well, Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? True. Carried out by henchmen of Odie Aspen's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odie Aspen. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhanded means via his criminal activities. And when he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty, when he found himself in court, didn't he? There was no when in there. Oops. Or not in the first section. Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, an extraordinary circumstance. In extraordinary circumstances, it was a most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Don't you hate that? Mr. Asman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Oops. Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runa? I mean, what with you taking on the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're going to be defending him? Oh yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Harebrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. Your... What? I'd understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany, though. Harebrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together? I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Only if you make it out of this... Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. What? Who could have seen this coming? By you! But... You made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is a prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. Oh, sorry, just trying to keep my eyes awake and focused. What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? I could always take a nap on BRB screen. Would anyone be mad if I did that? If I just sit here on BRB for like 10 minutes and take a quick power nap? I think I might. No one would ever call me out on it. Alright, we're gonna finish this conversation, then I might power nap. What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... Or if you'd like to know the true identity... I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean? Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But... that's not true, Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. No, it's Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now. I can't deny that. Since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in the mysterious circumstances, it's at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. It's not my work. I'm really about to fall asleep here. I'm like blinking out mid-sentence. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believed it's true. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Well, it's hard to read with your eyes closed, chat. Oh! It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... Whoa. That was weird. Wow. I'm literally like falling asleep mid-word. I'll just finish this scene and then I'll BRB, take a power nap. I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves as a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Zeeks. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Oh, like you are the holy then, Runo? I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask? On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. Is it this guy? Is it that guy? Is it that guy? But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one of the most meaningless follies. There will be good reason for the actions. I hope you're right. Huh? Huh? It's Cosma in disguise. No, what is it? Ah! The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collect all the briefs. Nice to meet you? Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. See, I didn't even know he existed, and yet... somehow, it didn't feel like our first encounter. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice, anyway? Oh no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to... The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. Ah yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? One arrested twice in succession 6 months ago? With the stoop and the mustache and the jitters? Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure you'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Rune. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san after a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn-up for the books. A mad scientist? You mean Professor Hairbrain? Ah. Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. Alright, that conversation's over. I'm going to power nap. I might be gone in 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. Who knows? But I'm gonna honk shoe. So enjoy the Christmas melodies or leave. To do what you gotta do. Alright. Yep, 20 minutes. Alright, should be good though. Should stop dozing off mid-word. Did I present this to him as well? Having heard what happens to you, it's lucky you weren't injured, or worse. My highly skilled apprentice was with me. Our attackers are the lucky ones for escaping with their lives. Right. What I really can't believe is the incident was captured on film. If the journalist had been spotted, it would have ended very badly for him indeed. Sounds like the luckiest person there was whoever wrote the article for the paper. Can I look around your house? Thanks. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh! Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. Yeah, it's my fault. Victim blaming much? Golly. So it's my fault? Silly me. How could I have ever thought otherwise? Got swords, you got chess. I mean, you can't know he's smart if he's not playing chess. Like, let's be real. Little thing. Oh, look! It's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground. That's amazing. I wonder why it's here. Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person? Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. Ugh! Wow. You Nipponese have no business painting other than overly reserved. Ugh, really didn't think you'd overhear that. I restarted it. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features. It's because it's not him. Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. Ah, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. How vain. It's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it? That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? Is it your brother? Okay. Bats? There's literally bats. Oh my gosh. What? They were bats! Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect. What about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was a familiar. Just not the flying kind. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way. Barrels of wine! Look at all those ancient casks lining the walls. Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets? That's a pretty good pun. You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead? Do you? Iris is slow motion. To repose. What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Iris, on the count of 3. Run. You and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Raper. I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves into my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. Alright, hello, person. It really looks like a punishment to me. I've never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? If he was dead, Bruno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, you see, there was a yardstick stuffed up his back. I don't know. Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us. He's not dead. He's not dead. That's better. Or is it? I don't know. Anyway. Goodbye. I don't know where else to go, though. The Reaper's varsity years. I understand that Lord Van Zieks is a friend of yours from your university days? Ach ja, das ist richtig. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly. An all-round nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Barrick Van Zieks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Reno. Ach du lieber, as I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family, with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling. It was a bit of a shock when I came back from Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. But you'll find about that in Case 5, I'm sure. Really? What sort of event? Ach, du lieber! Mein Wiener Schnitzel. I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. So, Professor, just let me make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work, is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still. I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Okay, a little mocking at the end there. But that is good. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Alright, Rune. It's time. Time to visit the great exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Alright, yeah, let's go. Oops. "22nd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now. I felt myself swooning 3 times. Hey, I was doing that earlier. Oh, I guess we don't call that swooning, huh? There are lots of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the looks of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Someone's making noises. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Okay. Hold on 1 sec. Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go on, Inspector. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. Wait, I know those voices. You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare you. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Yay, hey, Grexy, what are you doing up there? Ah, Ah! It's you here. You're here. You're here. You're here. Your ladyship. How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. Wait, he got suspended too? Is there anyone here who didn't get suspended? He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes. Sorry, I'm very distracted right now. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be. Watch it, sunshine. Sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate. Dear me. That's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling? Right. Measly 5 bob. Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't you? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Nara Odo. What? Hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is! You can have it back. Well, I have... Right. Well, I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. Well, that seems fair. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or diver born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, Mayodo? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? Oh, I've slipped into Irish there. You want a bag of... Right, you want a bag of chips down your throat and all, do you? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's a long time. People can change. Yeah, look at her clothes. Like, hold on. Is there a hide... Nope, not that. X? There's no high text box. But look at her clothes. She's like definitely nicer dressed than she used to be. I can't really remember her old outfit, but she definitely looks nicer. I don't remember her clothes seeming like decent. Right, I'm an apprentice now. None of be Scotland Yard detective. So you have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Really? Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The Inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. Really? What's that supposed to mean? Right, well, I'll be back up top. You're the fort down here, alright? Right, sir. This This raises a lot of questions. Look at this armband. This armband is proof, in Japan at least, that I'm a defense lawyer. And this badge is proof that I'm a detective. So you're gonna have to stop calling me Inspector Lestrade. In that case, you'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Odo. I could call you a defendant now, Odo, if you like. But I don't really trip off the tongue. No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? You call me a great Ace Attorney? Gina, would you take a look at... Oi, where'd it go? Looking for this out, eh? Why did you do that? I wonder if you got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? Give that back first, please. Ow. That's the generic one. Hey, Gina, how you been? It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in a connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a... Oops, didn't mean to do that. East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. Hate when that happens. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done. So you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh? Talk about a sea change. Is that an expression? And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Just a small promise then, nothing serious. Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I'd go to test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. A great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So, long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Hey, what, Bruno, what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. Trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet she is still... Here she still is. Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? Legend of the Old Reaper, whatever it's called. Call, don't you have worry, Odo? I didn't have worry. There probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. Or if I didn't have worry. It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kind of like, I'm upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. Oh. Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching the point. What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly, so I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. God, it was out of this world, it was. Brain bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly it started blowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry? You mean, you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. Boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. It's going to take some getting used to. So all I have to say is I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this. I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened. Watched it from above. Oh, that's important. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start? No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. You'll say. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success in a way. It was? How can it have been? Tell me more, tell me more. I don't want to snore. Surely if the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and that whopping great bang. Why do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there. What? In the tower? You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the... Oh, go on Irish. Right, up there above the scaffold. Oh, you mean when all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the key's what the victim got in to start with. Really did get beamed through the air or whatever, and landed on all the way over there. So, you see? It did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. Yeah, I don't either. Something's up. I mean, I don't get the ins and out of it, but anything's possible, right? With science? Oh, I tell you what. You can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Sketch experiment. Okay. Interesting. It was pointing upward. There were balloons in the background. Diagram of the relative positions, crystal, and Professor Hairbrain's. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. It's not your Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Alright, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? What did the boss call them again? The Forensic Investigation Team, I think? Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, isn't it? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard of something like that before. I thought I could have a gander on the quiet there, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him give me an earful bow before from down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much as an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. What about the fish? You say something to him, Odo? Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is? We can try, can't we, Bruno? Grixie will listen to us. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to the focal point of the exhibition. To be the focal point of the exhibition. And it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw. And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. What? This tower rhymes with shower, I guess? I don't know. Apparently everyone's taken to the skies. Now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now. Londoners must be very patient people. Oh, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth? It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. Looks extremely durable. It's canvas, I think. With some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear a bit charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn. Interesting. For some reason the ground is damaged in this spot, look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something. Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too. Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno. FGO, you can't serve her as busy me. Okay, there we go. Oh, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind a tree just here. Dropped or hid? What's this, some part of a machine that exploded? Looks like a crossbow, kind of. Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Serious contraption has been entered the court record. Oh, we took it? Yep, okay. Yeah, it really looks like a crossbow, actually. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. It is a crossbow. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. Are crossbows that new? I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Okay, well, at least the court record will call it a crossbow. Folding crossbow. Interesting. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear at the bowstring 2 times out of 3. In fact, if I'd had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuya in Kyoto archery training. I mean, wouldn't he also have one? Or else it's cheating? It looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. We're gonna get in trouble for taking this, aren't we? Gosh, why is my connection so garbage today? It looks like layers of thick canvas with thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like this before. But applying Mr. Shelm's methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. Alright. That puts me in the mind of, like, that's obviously from a hot air balloon, yeah? Since they keep talking about it. So maybe someone crashed a hot air balloon into it instead of it malfunctioning on its own. I don't know how they would have done that without everyone noticing it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up. Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. But I've seen my fair share. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building. And didn't kill us. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runa. hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. We would not accept my A-press. Ah, look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. Oh no, we're talking to you last. What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. Really? Never seen a Ferris wheel like that. If you're mad enough to go in one, it'd be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have invented a new sort of ride there, Bruno. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. So if someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air? Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know? Child, when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull... Stop! Don't touch that! That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over here now, Grexy. Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. Oh my gosh, I saw that out of the corner of my eye. Thought it was something else. Alright. So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Glug, glug, glug. Wow, that's loud. That should not be so loud, but I guess it's just very close to the mic. Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. I'm getting a cough drop. That's what the rustling is. It's just like old times, this is. Back when I was still allowed to practice law. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ha! Listen, Sunshine. Even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. Is that blasted Special Dispersion for Scientific Equipment Act to blame? SDSCA? SDC! No, that makes it confusing because it sounds like the letter C. As opposed to CEA. It's driving me potty! Oh yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Eh? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Grexy? Of course, your ladyship, anything you say, your ladyship, but please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno? She really knows how to get what she wants. Oh, she'll tell you what she wants, what she really, really wants. Anyway, I'm gonna keep examining. There are all sorts of strange buildings here on the great exhibition grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Rena? I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steely samurai with the present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially, and see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Baritsu Master ninjas. Bartitsu. You might not find as many of those sort of people around as you think. Oh, well that's dull. Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Chonmei top knot that I could introduce you to. A Chonmei? Really? Do you... Chonmage? Chonmage? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him, do you? Assuming he's recovered from the trim Cosmo gave him a year ago, yes. Lol. He doesn't know. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrained was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything, I'll make sure I'll kill you before I get strung up myself. What, you hear? I wouldn't touch a thing, I promise. So please, spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? He asked, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we? Because of the annoying rules, you mean? Exactly, the annoying, obstructing, flaming rules. Yeah, we're gonna prove it was murder, just not by our client. Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle's the shape of a capital letter A. Oh. It sure is. It is? Oh yes, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I'll kill you before I get strung up myself, I said. Yes, yes, I understand, sorry. And we touched a teeny weeny bit. Well, Gregsy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really very, very curious. Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spot and something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it. But Bruno found it first. I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it. Humph, that was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. Iris, don't be petty. Poor Gregsy. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing toward the Crystal Tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing wherever they're going. I don't think it was supposed to I didn't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Bruno. They set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form. Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? I'm sure they wanted to include a best laid plans of mice and men thing, but the thing is, that book wasn't written yet when this would have taken place. Boy, my bitrate's just garbage, huh? I don't really know what to do about it. Is it because everyone's like on vacation for Christmas? So everyone's using the internet right now, even though it's Thursday? And the ISPs aren't prepared for it. They try to put all the workload on the weekend or something. Words, words, words. Words, words, words. So those are people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful floating Tamari handballs. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please. If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that things won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. I'm scared. Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground as long as it doesn't explode. Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Yeah, me too. But for different reasons. I don't know, maybe someone like set up a hot air balloon like underneath it and then it exploded because it couldn't expand. I mean, if they like sealed the top two and stuff. Alright, well I feel like we've seen all we can up here. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across the crystal tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. That doesn't read quite like it should. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. Government's doing everything it can to promote new science technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the old spot of public safety infringements. Yeah. That's government. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain in their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch the crime scene. Because the new highfalutin special dispensation for scientific equipment act forbids it. Highfalutin. Go.
Highfalutin.
Pompous or pretentious. It's a pretty highfalutin word if you think about it. see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. The Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see with it that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it. Not without getting in trouble. Poor Gregsy. He's very het up, isn't he? Het up? Okay. Is that like hard up? Yes, no. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's a Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Yes, I think Kelly mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember. Okay. I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially for his great exhibition it was. All scientists had to do was present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, has to guarantee the right to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that mean, really? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day in this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself. Hey, thanks for that. Don't call me a shammer. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun. It might be fun for you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say. Oh, I don't think so. It sounds like my dream job. You'd soon think otherwise after spending the day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. Well, if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. The scientists get funding? Exactly. That's what they're all after. All these shammers coming far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. This is a new pose. Oh, it's gone. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science! Hang it! Oh, maybe I can see your point. Apparently Professor Hairbrain lives and works in Germany now conducting his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the great exhibition as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Humph. I don't know why I thought that changed. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. Turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zeek. So, what's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zeek has the prosecution, then as the accused, the prosecutor's fate is sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another? Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zeeks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that? Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper's completely fine. Nothing to worry about. Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Oh, un momento. I am distracted. Lord Beric von Zix is a top-class prosecutor. Even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Chomp. Yes, I heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. There we go. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside of the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. If I stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them. People die when they're killed. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Oh, he knows. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll present you with this armband. This is a symbol of a defense lawyer where I come from, Inspector. Well, it doesn't pass muster here in London. Might as well chuck it in that deep fat fryer. No one's ever said that to me before. Mr. Shulm suggests I feed it to a dog, though. If you fry it first, you can feed it to me. Does he think it's made of potato? It's made of leather. And gold. Inspector, have you read this paper? Yeah, 2 unwelcome blasts back to back. It's one of the exhibition and the Reaper's getting attacked. I know, terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it? I tried to pretend I hadn't read it and turned out for another 40 winks. Thanks to that, I was late up and got a roasting from the super. Some mornings are like that, aren't they? As a detective, what do you make of this? Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10, I find clues turn out to be red herrings. So, there's every chance that's totally irrelevant. It's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Really? You're gonna ignore the crossbow? Alright. Wait, can we, like, leave by examining something specific? How do we leave? How do we get down? Alright, we're just gonna have to move back to it again. Sorry, Van Zeeks. I just gotta hop in your home real quick. Don't mind me. It was the only way to get downstairs. Gina, would you take it? Oh. Okay, she literally gave us that, so... Wait, no, that's been a thing in previous Ace Attorney games where you have to present what they gave you to them. Which is silly, always, but, you know, be like that. But yeah, there was something that we didn't examine before, and that was this. Right, that's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success? What's the wooden scaffold there for? Alright, the coppers all lads set that up after the incident happened. To get body down, I think. Dunno, really. Did you help erect the scaffold, then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible, though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged the gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Runo, listen! What is it? I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he? About what? About Mr. Raper! About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the very moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Here, this is what you need. What's this, some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspels. Is this supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it? He doesn't know. It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. Well, that's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction? Yep. How's it that you know where he is? Hurley told me. But he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runo. Madame Tuspels. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened. And when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Oh yeah, I forgot one of the tags I was supposed to add at the stream. Not that anyone reads the tags anyway. But I felt like I was missing something. I'm missing the first playthrough tag. There. It matters. It's important. Alright, was there anything else to look at up here? Flag? No? Okay. Gosh dang it. Like, the text sits there and it doesn't let me, like, scroll, so I press B to, like, get the text off the screen, but it backs out of the menu. '22nd October, Madame Tuspels Museum. of Waxworks. Okay. I read the tags. Plus, you can search by them. Hi, Lily. um, yeah. I don't know. Maybe now that I have the family-friendly tag, people will stop saying bad words in my chat. Maybe. Maybe. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. Why are all the people so still? Guillotines. Ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. What, Lucy? They're all wax metals. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked? Wax models? Ah! Being a little dramatic. I read about dead bodies in wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. What? Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. I'll try to stop saying the bad words. No, Lily, I don't think you've ever said the bad words in my chat. It's other people. It's called, adipocere. Is that a real thing? Adipocere grave wax is a waxy, greasy decomposition product formed by hydrolysis and hydrogenization of tissue fats. Ugh. Family friendly. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipocere doesn't form readily. Really, you know, it's only in very specific. Ah! What now? I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomenon. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Hey, Sholmes. Wait. What is it? Oh, no. I must be seeing things. What? Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the Waxworks models has fallen over? You don't think it could be the work one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Reno, stop scaring me! Is it a wax arm or a real one? Poke it. Come on, you're always pointing that figure of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels. Yeah, Iris knows what I'm talking about. Objection! Does it feel like a dead body or does it feel like wax? Come on. Don't be a coward, just do it. That big heavy curtain is a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it. Oh yes, that's the famous Tuspel special exhibit. Depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee to have a look? Pay more money? To be even more terrified? Ooh, let me think about that for a moment. Do you want to buy the Outlast DLC? Yes or no? It was only a suggestion. Hello, rando. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. Oh, me neither, apparently. Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly stop moving about. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Yo, was that a Toy Story reference? Is that a Night at the Museum reference? I'm gonna ignore you. Is some infamous murderer? Is this some infamous murderer? Yes, called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women. Sure. I knew it. You can tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure thing of a murder. Well, yes. Ah! What's the matter, Runo? I worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill the bathtub with blood so she can have a soak of it in her victim's gore. Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub. Really? Sorry, I don't think it's significant. Yeah, that's not Elizabeth Bathory. I still think it has to be there for a reason. Is that the only thing over here? Alright, fine, Sholmes. Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder. Oh my gosh, I didn't even notice the ladder. What is it? Is something wrong? No, it's just that in Japanese we have a totally different word for ladder. For a ladder that falls in half like that. We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder. Or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Runo. That's how wars are started. I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. Yo, there wasn't any ladder bits in the first game. Yay. I don't know why. I don't know why it's a thing, but it makes me happy to see it. Is this an example of Western Sujigiri? You know, people always, or I've seen memes about like who's team ladder and who's team step ladder. But I think Iris just planted her feet right in the middle. She says both. I don't know what that is. You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks passerby to test his sword? I still don't know, no. Yo, that's what Night Slash is named after, kind of. The Pokemon move. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Runo? Doing that Sujigiri thing you mentioned? Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. Sup, Sholmes? You wanted us to find you here, huh? It's... the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really? He's so clearly not part of the thing. Well, he is world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know. I know! But look, Bruno, you can kick this hilly and he doesn't move a muscle. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. Not just a little bit either. Really? Did it? And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Got him. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look! There's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception you recoiling in such a manner, as if you see something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! Look, I just don't like feeding your attention-seeking ways. I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick, could you have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me. But Bruno has something he needs to ask you. Ah, a question? And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes before more being stationary like that. And my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned into wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Gosh dang it. I just thought of like 4 jokes in response and I couldn't pick one. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? You could know something is true about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm quite in a hurry. If my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Is it the arm? Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. Really? Alright, well. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work. What, back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Mr. Sholmes, about this. As you will see, I'm rather busy at the moment. If it's advice you seek, come to my office tomorrow and I should be happy to help you. Shall we say, threepence per item a consultation fee? That's 2 hours of gas, that is. That was weird. Okay. What about this? Mr. Sholmes, would you have a look at this newspaper? You've been into my room and helped yourself, have you? Let's not turn this into a scandal, shall we? Well, considering I've already read it, one thing immediately strikes me. This paper is old news. Huh. What would possess you to show me this? What's done is done. You must distinguish, my dear fellow. Distinguish the old from the new. There's some conversations you wish you'd never started. I think he keeps going back to pose every time. Yep. Dang it. He's got to say something about the crossbow. Right? Nope. Okay. What is this place? Madame Tuspil came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspil family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. That sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions on the face of the condemned. Apparently, sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions. That really turns my stomach. Yeah, that's kinda... ugh. Medieval. That's just one of the several legends about the Tuspil's family. Whether there's any truth to it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum, by quite some margin, is this House of Horrors. House of... Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, but people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So if they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. Oof, she's not wrong. So the hideous exhibits in here are... they're all portrayals of real events that actually took place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt new pose to ensnare them. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does it mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! Yeah. He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous Irish to consider. Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry. If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Humph. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. That's what she said. What? Back to being waxwork again? Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, friend Mr. Reaper, how did you find him? Well, I just... Yawns. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learnt. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Hairbrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at the university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person. I was sure that you'd know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before, that something was afoot, and that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable. Greetings. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Where'd she come from? Did I did I actually say Naruto's line before he actually said it? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you know that... Not again. My apologies. I'm Esmeralda Tuspels. Tuspels is like the spells. Esmeralda Tuspels. I don't think Esmeralda is a pun, it's just a fancy sounding name. This is my museum of waxwork. What? You're the Madame Tuspels? Bien sûr. Though only 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow? I'm a madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. Am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but... I'm so curious. I want to know what's happened here. Have we got enough on our plate already? Look at this armband. Madam, there's something I'd like to show you. Yes, what is that? I remarked on it myself immediately, and I've been very curious since. Ah, well, it's actually the mark of a defense lawyer in the Empire of Japan. Oh, croix de marche. Not quite as interesting as I'd hoped. What exactly were you expecting from an armband? What about this? Can I show you this? Oh, how fascinating. It's made of wax. No, sorry, it's a piece of evidence. Why would you want to show me this? She can only wax lyrical about wax, is that it? Oopsie. Oh, I thought she might actually have something to say about the green cloth. Oh, might as well. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspels? I did. I'm the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh. It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is, when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to the extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Ugh. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope. Do they really have famous singers and actors in this time? It was Iris who dragged me straight here, come to think of it. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things. What's the situation with that? My temporary waxwork model? He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madame, what these boss exhibits need is the additional of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Ha. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's a great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme, not just another Jane Doe. I couldn't help it. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for services? For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. I am starting to suspect, based on how they're going on and on about how supremely lifelike they all are, and there's also emphasis on, like, being with their corpses when the wax bottle was made. I'm wondering if they literally just dip the corpse in wax and it just preserves it. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment, due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50-shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Or words to that effect. He's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem. Is this consulting detective work not going so well? Alright, I think I'm probably gonna go until the trial starts. And then I'll probably call it a stream because I'm feeling those sleepies coming on again. And I don't want to do another 10 to 20 minute BRB screen. Because I feel kind of foolish for the first one. I would feel actually foolish if I felt like I was keeping someone waiting and, you know, with bated breath, but I don't feel like that's the case. So, I do what I want. I wonder, could I ask you something? Bien sûr. I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Oh, we have to do the great detective thing, don't we? I think I can stay awake long enough for that. Now you might be saying, cheese. I know where you live. It's 11 p.m. there. Just go to actual bed. To which I say, no! I don't wanna. I just woke up really early. Well, relatively early. Look, 9 a.m. is really early for me, okay? I wake up at like 2 p.m. most of the time. Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah! There you are. Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Tispel, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wake its ideas about your current problem that we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ at a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the Tespel special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. The special exhibit of the House of Horrors. Must be a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Absolument none. There's nothing amiss behind there. Look, I don't know how to speak French. Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Ah, that is ominous. I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only à souffrant. If you're not sure how to pronounce a French word, there's a bunch of consonants next to each other, just give it a just a just a I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tispel special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however... Oh, he's not dead. He's just a juror. Is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor? Did he eat your wax statue because it's made of frosting? Well then, perhaps, Mr. Sholmes. That man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they're always distinguishable from real humans. So allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that the sizable business transaction has been taking place in the special exhibit. What? Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Ah! She looks as pale as candle wax. Really quickly, may I ask your pronouns? Just he, him. I don't understand. So, Madame Tespels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. The great deduction, the game is afoot. These are fun, they just take too long. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helplessly from your bag. Oh, it's not like making anything orange. My estimation, some 200 pounds. But that is all of my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tespels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes fall now. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Waxwork for sale? Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer the centerpiece of your special exhibit for the sum of 200 pounds. None! Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It appears the man has suffered a severe shock. Ah! KCV! Thank you for the raid! What are you playing? Ah, Pokemon! Nice! How far'd you get? Or are you shiny hunting, or are you nuzlocking? What were you doing in Pokemon? Got a shiny tree for Christmas? Nice! Shiny tree. What shiny... Who's a tree in Diamond Pearl? Is it... It's not a... Also get raided! Thank you. Hello, Adartist125. Welcome. This is my lair. It's Christmas themed right now. Sudowoodo as a tree. Oh, you're getting a shiny Sudowoodo. See, I wouldn't have guessed that because Sudowoodo is actually not a tree, but.
Hey, listen!
Oh, see, there it goes. Sudowoodo is not a tree. It was Snover. Oh, okay. Nice. I actually don't know what Snover's shiny looks like. Sudowoodo is a tree-ish. True. Let me see. Are you gonna evolve it and do an Abomasnow? Because I just looked up the shiny, it's kind of boring. It's kind of overwhelming, but you love it because it's a tree. Oh, that's cute. Alright, that's nice. Yeah, here, I'll get a shiny on screen now, so the peoples at home can know what a shiny Snover looks like. I assume they just know what a Snover is, because it's a Pokemon, and everyone knows the Pokes. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Anyway, that's a... For a second I thought it said deduction as part of the image. That's a shiny Snover. Nice. And KCV caught one. That's awesome. I think I have a shiny Snover, actually. I remember in X and Y there's a cave that has Snover in it, and I remember I was like EV training in it, and I found a shiny something. I forget if it was a Snover or not. But yeah. Also, I established a loyal Lime Legion. Nice. Is that your, is that your group name in Pokemon? Because I know they make you do one of those. Also, I don't know if I said it, but Flame Soul, thank you for becoming a Fezzling. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Stick around, I'm a funny guy. You like lemons too? Also, I don't know if the stream is super delayed. In my own like browser feed or my stream manager thing, it's very delayed, but that's because I've been getting a lot of red on OBS, so mine keeps getting delayed. I don't know if it's very delayed for you. Use your stream community. Oh, nice. So you established the Loyal Lime Legion. So you settled that with your chat today. That's awesome. Well, it's always awesome when shiny hunts are successful. It's as delayed as any other stream for me. Okay. Like mine is literally delayed by like a minute on relative to blah blah blah. Anyway. Made a lime emote since Android and Apple don't have one. Oh. Interesting. But they have lemons. Lemons get all the love. Everyone's always asking, where is lemonade? But they're never asking, how is limeade? I don't know what I'm talking about. It has buffered a bit earlier. Yeah, you might see a little more bufferings. It's just my internet's being garbage today. My bitrate's all over the place. The cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most efficiently. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand over the money did it occur to him what an extraordinary amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene we see before us, he collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Sold for cash? Alright. She's probably, like, trying to pay for advertising or something. The question that arises then is what has become the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such as is worn by the policeman as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. Pretty sure he's the wax model, bro. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But... Next we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I'm gonna be falling asleep, but watching too, leaving my view. I actually paused stream earlier to take a nap. It was on BRB screen for like 20 minutes. I'll be watching from bed on my TV, so I won't be chatting. Okie doke. I appreciate the watch. The Ace Attorney streams aren't like... they're not very conducive for chatting anyway, because there's so much dialogue that I have to get through. Not that I'm saying people shouldn't chat, I'm just saying... I'm dumb and I stream Ace Attorney. Next we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle almost. In fact, as if he were waxwork. No, he's the real one, and he's just asleep. Ah, but you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale signs that instantly proves whether or not this old man is waxwork is obvious. It's the obvious price tag that's on his scarf.
Listen!
What? Dardis125, thank you for the follow. Thank you for becoming a Fezling. I'll stream more other games that are not so dialogue focused in the future. He lied. Threepence. A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxwork's riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame? I do not... Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Words. Heh. She's gonna wax him. I see I've stunned you all into silence. You have, Helly, you have. Was this the first great deduction that Iris has borne witness to? And you're obviously upset this young lady in the process. The cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo'd 1 point. Oh my gosh. I don't know why that cracks me up. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman? So, that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman. Ottomole. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. And it turned out the culprit was the policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottomole. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed. It is a particularly grim face, is it not? I like that they bothered to model both the policeman and the actual wax model, so that you can't tell immediately which one is actually the wax model. I mean, it's still pretty obvious, but you know. Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is 200 pounds a lot of money for a wax model? It'd be enough to afford one of the last steam carriages, if that pulls things in perspective. Latest. Afford one of the latest steam carriages. Okay, you would buy a carriage. The brain. So it is quite a lot then. Enough to buy a car. Is there anything else you wish to add before I melt you down? The bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. Ugh, the smell of that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Sholmes did more or less accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright? To make some minor corrections to the detective's great deductions? Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight. Well, let's get things started, shall we? Before Madame Tispel vents her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tispels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money! So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tispel. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. Significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the public notice. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks even for 200 pounds. Oh? She must pour heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Sell out. Can't believe you got sponsored. Gosh. Well, anyway. I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's follow the furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. It seems this well-dressed gentleman is alive after all. Not just not alive and kicking. And he's not a waxworker or a model of mass murderer. I'm not sure I'd pay 200 pounds for him. I don't think the man's up for sale. Well, anyway, it was a silly place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip. I don't think the man was put there on purpose either. Gosh dang it. Oh, hello. What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tispels, we've taken the prisoner from his room. The price for a safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is... It's just the sort of thing that left behind when someone is kidnapped. Blah, 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 words. Hold on, one sec. I am distracted. What? Where is it? Ah. That makes sense. Wow. That was neat. It did like a little bouncy boo. I'm almost there. Oh, I'm almost back, chat. Don't you worry. I'm still almost back. You don't even know. You don't even know how almost back. Okay. Button. Wait. No, BRB screen is not warranted. Okay, I'm back. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly. Yes.
Take that!
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting old Waxwork. Ugh! 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your hand bag is ransom money. Now let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It appears the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What held the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds! So if the waxwork was kidnapped, what does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We could just ask him when he comes round. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Now he's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tispel trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. You have a whole hand in your hand. That's weird. This is just Madame Tispel's right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I can clearly see your left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look. It's also color different. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean... It's made of wax? Sure.
Take that!
Oh, he passed out because he saw her, like, rip the hand off of the wax model. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals it is, in fact, a left hand. Ah! And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Oh, Wax, I thought it was someone else's hand. Mr. Laws have come to bargain. Alright. I'm ready to bargain. What do I have to do to get you to call me Louise? Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm... Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. Wow. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms? That's like trying to take a painting out of a museum as a souvenir. Like, no. It's... No. We're trying to take, like, a corner of a painting. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. Puts a whole new meaning to the term judo chop, huh? Judo chop. Thwomp. Smack him with a wax arm. You confronted the man and tried to take... Or, gosh dang it. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result? The scene was we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have a conclusion. Like taking a torture victim's teeth. Well, I mean, that's a little more understandable, I think. Isn't that right, Mimi? Are you watching? She's not watching. She doesn't watch these. Be really funny if someone clipped this and sent it to her, though. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Sholmes? What a strange name. Yeah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Seems pretty normal. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to the other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. Sholmes probably shouldn't, like, go shouting it. Kind of like Mr. Laws. That would be a weird name for someone to have. You know, it still could be another person's arm. I think it might be bleeding if it were. We saw the cross-section. It wasn't red. That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Why am I Ryunosuke? Actually, I've always been Ryunosuke. Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tispel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. You know, these sections are fun. You clipped it. Nice. You don't even know who Mimi is or why I would have wanted it clipped, but thank you. These sections are fun, but the instant you move the camera, it's incredibly obvious what the answer is. Like, I don't even need to examine it. Like... Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need to only observe his shoulder stub. Hey, don't talk about my shoulder stub like that. Do sit-ups! Oh, golly. Alright. Alright, here we go. I may or may not exhibit statue mode during this. But what is that? I have to do 50, right? Wah. Wah. I should figure out a way to make my redeems show up on screen. Because they don't make sense in the archive. Unless I say it out loud, which I guess I did. Anyway. 1, 2, 3. Oh, those don't look like sit-ups. 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, I ain't entertained yet, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 5, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Wow. Oof. There you go. Ah, yes, there it is. Arm that is missing. It must be from this man who's missing his arm, right? So while Laws isn't looking, we all know it's not Louise, it's actually Laws, right? Also, does that guy have a sword? Yeah, he always has a sword. Ryunosuke is always carrying Kazuma's sword around. As for why Kazuma was always carrying a sword around, I don't know. How did he get that past security? Very adamantly, I guess. I mean, they sailed on a ship, not on a... They didn't use a plane or anything, but yeah. He just carries it everywhere. It's olden times, it's fine. You can just carry a sword around. Wow. But yeah, I'm gonna mark that as complete. Wow. No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing there, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact defying all odds a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I guess let me casually take a sword to a crime scene. He brings it to court, man. He just sits there with it. In fact, Kazuma, who had the sword before him, like he actually whipped out the sword in court. I think he slashed at the prosecutor. Also, sword to a scene where a person loses a limb. Ironic. Yeah. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally. What other explanation could that be? And it was this detective's arm that was... Is that Gregson? Is that supposed to be Gregson? That's cool. Big if true. And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. Ah, but you... Your action only confirms my suspicion, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. Could I lurk for a bit, Ches? No, lurking is not allowed. If you lurk, I'll ban you. Chesloss is your new name. Okay, yeah, you can lurk. I even have a Nightbot command to thank you if you do command lurk. I noticed it once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is waxwork is obvious price tag. How about his pulse? A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known? It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Gyarados' delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is a special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? Take care, Laws. Have fun with this crazy game. Since I have the family-friendly tag, I am going to deny that. Use the A word. Bah. But thank you. How about the fact that skin feels like wax? No, no. We only observe with our eyes. The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. It's literally moving.
Take that!
Sorry about that. It's okay. That's what Nightbot is for. Or not Nightbot, Automod. Oh, speaking of, I was supposed to have another bot that bans these kinds of things. It's been a while since I got one. Bah. Take care. Thank you. You as well. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is waxwork is the obvious twitch.tv/CheeseLouise. Is he wax or not? No, he's not. Are you being sarcastic with that question? Oh, I think I skipped that. Oops. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch.tv/CheeseLouise. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of the Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice in adjectives, then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tispels? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He's clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. You know, it could always be a motor. True. But I think we would see, like, joint lines. But then, what's this tag about showing a price for 3 pence? No doubt the price of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. It's so weird that scarves used to be called mufflers. That's very strange to me. You know, just to move it, make him seem real. Hey, with this game, you never know. True. There was teleportation earlier, so the rules are out the door. Although I'm kind of the stance that the teleportation didn't actually happen. But currently our stance is that it did happen. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because as you know, there's been just such a criminal activity happening here. Teleportation? Yeah. Like, scientist who invented the machine to demonstrate super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. He's defending the case. So basically, he was demonstrating his teleporter, but the guy inside died due to an explosion, but then it still teleported him after he died. Something, something, something. This game is so dramatic. Yeah. Although I think teleportation is a little jump in the shark, though. I think it didn't actually happen. course, because as you know, there's been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective. So, it would seem that we finally arrived at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard is already investigating. Good job, Sholmes. So is he deaded or not? No, no one's dead. Not here, at least. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Anyway, now you shall actually lurk. By now, Mr. Cheslaws. Okay, thanks for the lurk. Deduction complete. Elementary, my dear. Elementary. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. The kids really like the murderer section. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Aw, she's cute. Her hat's clipping into itself, though. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. He didn't accomplish anything, though. It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. As for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically it was. Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. We're trying to solve a murder? Why? I don't care. Gosh. In as much detail as possible, if you please. I'm sure it's going to relate somehow, but good grief. Very well. But after I've told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. So, like... Okay. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then? So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose? Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Hmm? Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry? The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Oh my gosh. Yes, it's exactly the time that Beric van Zieks graduated from university, in fact. Oh. What? Surely he's not saying... So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life? As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was the Professor then? Byleth. I can't believe you've done this. It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. As you do. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How's all this related to Lord Van Zeeks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the Professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Harley? Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Words. Members of the nobility, even royalty, they sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... Ah, wait, of course! What Professor Harebrained said. Lord Van Zinks is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh. It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clint Van Zeeks. No! I don't believe it! Van Zeeks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Baroque pursued a career as a prosecutor. And eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zeeks had such a tragic past. What do you expect? Is there a prosecutor? Is there a prosecutor that doesn't have a tragic past in Ace Attorney? Franziska, I guess, didn't have a tragic past. Blackwell does. Edgeworth does. Godo does. Nayuta doesn't. Which is part of why he's so boring. I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. Yep. As a waxwork exhibit. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Did we solve the mysteries yet? Uh-oh. Bitrate is tanking again. Oh, there it goes. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Who? What? Oh. What voice was I doing? It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak. It's been 10 years, and here we are meeting in a prison of all places. Ja, sehr gut. Es geht alles wieder gut. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes. I have young
I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assured me he can prove it.
Ugh, I'm going less Doofenshmirtz and more Golem now. I must warn you.
Oh, I know. I've heard already.
Now what am I doing? I'm leaning into Stitch now. Gosh. Voice actor I ain't, but I am trying.
I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Jawohl. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories.
I know the feel. Wait, no I don't. I don't wear glasses. Shut up.
Barak, have you really?
What?
Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barak.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. Well, to be continued. Alright. Almost 5 hours. Okay, we'll subtract the 20 minutes. Almost 4.5 hours to get through day 1 investigation. Yeah, we're not starting the case. But I'll try to start it. Well, Saturday's Christmas. Maybe Saturday or more likely Sunday. I'll try to stream again. But yeah. But in the meantime, thanks so much for watching. Thanks again for the raids. To KCV and Moragana Kaspook. Thank you very much. It means a lot. Thank you for all the new follows. Definitely also means a lot to me. I should start doing this at the end of streams. I do have a Discord server that you can join if you'd like, especially if you're a VTuber, because sometimes I just hang out in a voice call while I'm streaming, and if you're a VTuber, you get access to that voice call, whereas, you know, random viewers don't, obviously, because that'd be silly. That'd be foolish. I'd end up with a bunch of squeakers in the chat. You know how it is. Squeakers being kids. Small baby childs. Don't want that. They can watch. But yeah. And also follow me on Twitter. I post schedule updates there. Sometimes I post memes. Sometimes I post about how much I hate Twitter. Yeah. But hey, Christmas is 2 days from now. I will not be streaming tomorrow. So this may be my last chance to wish you a Merry Christmas. So Merry Christmas to all of you. I sincerely hope you get to spend time with your family or loved ones. Or, you know, just spend time with someone. If you can. You know, it's important to take a day to try to spend with other people. Anyway. Thanks so much for watching. Until next time, my peeps, I wish you all a very ferret Christmas. Ferret out.